All right, let's get this live betting underway. Last night was a hectic night because I was doing a lot of live betting tests last night, and it was crazy. So what I did is I created like a live betting log of like all of like the various lines last night that existed at various times in the games last night, as you can see. And I tried to find like the relationship between the live lines and what my model is saying and everything. So it was pretty crazy. But if you didn't watch any of my streams recently, but you did watch my live betting stream last Wednesday, this will look different than the one I had last week because I added in columns for all my different kind of models in there. So if it's colored in blue over here, that means I actually bet on the game personally. So there's only one game that's finished today that I bet on personally, and that was VCU George Washington, which I won a total bet on. So I'm 1-0 on that. But everything else, the story has been pretty much, except for yesterday, but pretty much every other day, is the blender has just been awesome compared to the other metrics. And once again, that's the case. It's the only one that's up right now. It's 11-3, 4-0 on money line, 4-1 against the spread, 3-2 totals. So blender's where it's been at. But this is more about live betting. So just to explain what some of the colors mean, if it's light blue like this, it's a game that I bet on personally that's in action right now. If it's a darker blue, then it's but still light, it's a game that I bet on that's finished. And if it's a dark blue like this, it's a game I bet on that hasn't started yet. If it's yellow, it's a game in progress that I did not bet on. If it's white, it's a final that I did not bet on. And if it's gray, it's a game that I did not bet on that hasn't started yet. So the thing about this live stream, it's going to be about live betting, but none of the games are really far enough along yet to where I would feel comfortable doing any live bets. And that's one thing I didn't do last night with my testing of live betting, making a log for totals and spreads, is I forgot to put how many what percentage of the game was left. So that's probably an important metric that you would want to know for live betting, like how early is too early, how late is too late, and all that. So one thing I did notice that the Westgate will take basketball lines off the board after the last media timeout, and I understand that because there's no way you can generate lines at the end with all the free throws and fouling and everything. I totally get it. So I'm going to log into my Westgate book right now, and let's start to see what some of the live bets that are being offered are. I don't even know. But it was crazy last night because that's the thing. I have to manually enter in what the current live lines are. You'll see me do it, and it's pretty hectic. I'll only do it if the score on the app matches the score on this, because what I learned last night is the app is ahead of not just this right here, but it's ahead of the TV. Like, I'll be watching a game on the TV on cable. I'm not streaming it. And this one will say like 54-50, and that one will still be tied at 50. I'm like, geez, just how behind is this And that's probably part of their scheme, is that they get instant scores. Meanwhile, this is on a tape delay, but it was pretty far behind. And then the screen is even slower. So usually only during media timeouts could I get it to match. So let's go see what live lines. So it looks like they're going to offer 5 live lines during this round of games. We got NC State and Florida State, Auburn and Georgia, Arkansas, LSU, Duquesne, Dayton, and Northwestern and Ohio State. So what I learned last night is that there's really 2 tiers when it came to ATS live keys. Anything 0.77 or higher that my model differed for was actually like plus 30 units or something. It was ridiculous. It did really well against the spread last night, but then anything 3.27 or higher was like 23-1. I'll show you what I'm talking about if I can. I don't know if it's possible, but yeah, you can see it right here. So here's all the ones that were 2.37 and higher, and it was 21-1. So I'll probably, if there comes a point tonight where it differs by that much, I'll probably place like a whole unit on it, and then anything 0.77 or higher that I feel comfortable with, I'll place half a unit. Totals were a little bit harder. Not a lot of success there, mainly just because of the nature of totals. A live line being offered versus a model total projection, 2 different things, right? But what I noticed is anytime that my model was saying the under was 4.37 value or higher, overs were actually profitable in that situation, which I understand. But any unders that had a value of 1.1 and 4.18 were plus 16 units, so that's what I'm going to go for tonight. But it looks like these games are far along enough now to where we can start to gauge some of what's going on. So I'm going to put like a So Northwestern and Ohio State, I have a bet on that game. I bet on the over, which, you can't complain 20 points being scored in the first media timeout. I'm not going to complain there. But, yeah, so I have the over in that game. I think that's the only live line being offered that I have an actual bet already on. So NC State, Florida State, Arkansas, LSU. Here's Auburn and Georgia and Duquesne and Dayton all the way down there for some reason. It just puts it in the order that the API has it, so it'll move up eventually. But we got Auburn already out to a big lead. 6 points is big early on. So the live line being offered. So this is what I do is I just click this button for spreads, and it's Auburn. I can't enter it in because it's 12-4, not 10-4. Duquesne, Dayton, 10-5. I can't enter that one in. So right now it's Duquesne plus 3.5. So that's how I do it right there. Right. Arkansas, LSU does not match. And geez, Florida State's up 41-18. Jeez, what did I bet on there? Yeah, I didn't bet on it, but my model had Florida State against the spread, 5 out of 6 metrics, so there you go. Also, this thing didn't update very fast. Like I said, it's way behind the TV, and then the TV's way behind the app. So Northwestern, Ohio State matches, so I can enter that one in. It's Northwestern 7.5. Let me look at what the totals are. Northwestern, Ohio State is 142.5 on the total. Does Duquesne and Dayton match? Yes, it does. That's 134.5. So I'm just creating a log. Like it enters like the log of these, what I'm entering in right here. So that way, after the games are over, the finals, and I can, see what the results were compared to what my model is saying and see if there's any connections. But that's kind of how I do it. It's kind of hectic. It's hectic in a way. Because you want to get the number in before that changes, right? Northwestern Ohio State is tied right now. So what I'm looking for is, so right now this is saying that Northwestern State is going to lose by 7.3. So this current projection, in case you're wondering how it's calculated, it's an even mix of all, like these weights right here. Right now it's 1/6 for everything. It's just an even mix of the influence of these 6. But I can change the weights if I want to shift the projection around to favor a certain model, like the blender that's been doing really well lately. But the Indy's done well the past 2 nights, so I'm going to want to keep it in there. It's had a rough start, but I think it's starting to finally come around a little bit. At least the last 2 nights it has. All right, so what are we looking at? Okay, Northwestern just took a lead, and they're offering Northwestern plus 5.5. That's right in line with what this is right here. Okay, now it's up to 7.5, but I'm going to wait for. I'm really looking for that number. I'm looking for like 3.2 of value or higher. So like. Right now, Northwestern State is plus 8.5, but that's because this is 15-16. So what I'm looking for is I'm just looking for opportunities. That's really the number I'm looking for on spreads is 3.27 difference. If that happens, I'll pull the trigger immediately. Without questions. It was just dead on accurate last night. But last night is a small sample size, but still, it's just I did really well. Totals is what sucked me because, my model's picking a lot of unders last night live, and a lot of them ended up going over. So I had to find the connection. But it looks like my model's pretty much in agreement with what Westgate's live lines are saying there. So let's look for something else. Duquesne and Dayton is 12-5. Duquesne was a 6-point dog. So right now, Duquesne's being offered plus 1.5. And my model says they're going to, so not quite there yet. Not quite there. It's at 2.3. So Auburn and Georgia is 14-6. They're offering 6.5. This is saying that Auburn's going to win by 8.1. Not there. So I'm just looking for opportunities, really, to live bet. And when I do, they'll show up on the ticker below. So I have LSU Arkansas on my TV. It's the first game I could find. I'd like to have one of these. I bet this is on the BTN right here. Northwestern and Ohio State, but that's fine. FSU 45-27, so I can enter that in. They're not offering a line, probably because it's halftime maybe. They're offering a total, which is 161.5. 16-6 Auburn and Georgia. Auburn minus 7.5. What you're really looking for is what I noticed last night is whenever teams get out to a really big early lead and it kind of skews things. So like right now, you can get Auburn's 7.5. That's 10.1. So that's 2.6. It's not there yet. But yeah, it's usually what you're looking for is the big leads to take advantage of. Okay. Arkansas is plus 9.5 right now. LSU is minus 9.5. This right here says LSU minus 18.1. So I'm going to go ahead and take LSU right now at minus 9.5 just because that's above the 3.27 that I'm seeing. And that's one thing that kind of got me last night is that I had chances to get on Oklahoma and Michigan. I had a chance to buy in on them, and early when they were still at single digits. Both of them won in blowouts, start to finish blowouts, and I didn't jump in, and I should have. I wanted to, but I was like, you know what? I'll wait a little bit. I can never get these bets in because the line always changes by the time it verifies my location and everything. So I'm trying to get on LSU. Okay, I got in an LSU minus 9.5, which is good because now they're offering it at 10.5. So I got in before the change. The juice changed a little bit, but I was able to get in before the line change. I'm live betting, yeah. So I'm going to update my ticker. I'm going to add active live bets, LSU minus 9.5, and get rid of the none yet. Sorry for the advertising in the ticker, but it's a source of income for my YouTube channel, so it's just in the ticker. But so yeah, that's our first live bet. Let's see if I want to see if it's showing up in the ticker, so I'm going to click on this. Sorry. Yeah, LSU is up 25-9, and I'm in at minus 9.5. Okay. Okay, now my model has it at 19.9. I'm going to enter this into the log. It's at 10.5. So NC State, Florida State, Auburn, Georgia, 19-10. That is Auburn minus 7.5. Is Auburn there? No, they're not. It's really all about a team getting to the number you're looking for. Dayton and Duquesne is 16-12 now. And that line is 2.5. So not enough value there. I'm going to go ahead and look at some totals. Wait, does Northwestern Ohio State match? No, it does not. So I'm going to look at some totals. Auburn, Georgia live total, 155. If there was an automated way to do this, I would. But as far as I know, there's no way to get actual live betting feeds automatically, like in an API or anything. So I'm just going to have to enter it in until something else. 164.5 here. Duquesne Dayton is 133.5. All right, this number matches now, so I can put in 146.5 here. I bet the over in that game, so that's good that the total keeps creeping up. I like to see that. But yeah, the current pace through the first 25% of that game is right what I'm looking for on the over. And then, awesome. See, like I said, I'm just creating a log of live lines over various points so I can compare it later after the games are over and see if there's any correlation. By the way, did that show up in the ticker? Has the NHL started? I mean, Justin Wise, I have my data in R. I do this in Excel because it's easier to do an interface in Excel, like a graphical interface like this. I don't know how I would do something like this in R. All the data is produced in R. Like all the data that goes into this is pulled directly from my R exports. Northwestern Ohio State. What am I looking at? So right now my model says minus 12.5. This current line is minus 10.5, so that's 2. It's not there yet. Georgia and Auburn, 9.1. I can get Auburn plus, not quite there. Now I can get Auburn minus 8.5, so that's right in line with what they're offering. So which spread bet am I? It says I'm losing 2 spread bets, so it's early. I'm not going to worry about that Rhode Island minus 3. And the LaSalle, I am worried about the LaSalle. I have LaSalle plus 4.5. You can't fall behind 15 that early, but you know, can't win them all. I went 6-6 last night on my actual bets. My live betting last night was I went 4-1 on spreads and 1-4 on totals. All right, so LSU's up 28-9. Okay, Northwestern. I'm interested in this Northwestern line. I really am. So I can get plus 10.5 right now, which is right in line with what they're offering. Man, LSU's now up 30-9, so it looks like getting in on that 9.5 when I did was a good choice. Yeah, I mean, the NHL, I mean, my question is why hasn't it started yet? Why this late? I know they ended their last season in the fall, but still. NHL usually starts in October. Auburn 21-13, 8.1. Minus 4.5. That's an interesting line. That is an interesting line, which I'm going to take. Auburn minus 4.5 right now. I must be missing. Oh, it's 3.5. Cancel. It's going down. No, I want the 3.5. Place the bet before it changes again. That's what I hate about this app. It's so slow to get bets in, but I did get the Auburn minus 3.5. So that is a new bet I can add to the ticker. Auburn. Awesome. So Arkansas is now 14.5, so I got in at the right time. Duquesne is 3.5, but they're only up by 1. So now 4.5, which is right in line with what my model says. So what I've noticed so far is, at least spread-wise, that this one has tracked what the model says pretty closely. Let's look at totals. I wish this offered money lines, but it doesn't. So total-wise, Arkansas LSU right now is 168.5, but it does not match. Duquesne Dayton I can enter in at 137.5. Auburn Georgia is 21-14 at 156.5. I haven't bet any totals yet. I haven't really even been looking that hard yet at totals. Northwestern Ohio State 143.5. All right. So right now that's about 2 points off. This isn't being offered. This is an under range right here, so it's worth a shot at looking at. This one is in the over range. This one's in the over range, and then Arkansas LSU is in the under range. So one thing I was doing last night is I made like 3 bets on Alabama at various points last night. So just because I already bet on LSU once doesn't mean I won't do it again. But not this soon. I got to wait for some time. But yeah, Alabama. I got in at Alabama last night at plus 1.5, minus 3.5, and then later at minus 10.5, and all of them won because I won by 20. Yeah, Arkansas is getting killed. So it's like, yeah, I let that minus 9.5 ride, but you never know what can happen after this. Are there any totals that I like right now? Northwestern Ohio State is right in line with what's being offered. Duquesne Dayton is in the under zone, but I'm going to wait for a little bit better number. And then didn't I say there's a game in the over zone? Was it Auburn, Georgia in the over zone? Yeah, Auburn, Georgia's in the over zone. I'm going to place an over bet on Auburn 157.5. It's contrary to what my model says, but that's, you know, that's part of the calibration process. That's what I noticed last night is because when it was really that far apart, then I was like, yeah, the over's gonna. That's happened every time. All three under bets I made were like 7 points of value or more, and all three of them lost. So small sample size, but that's kind of what I noticed. So I got in at Auburn UGA over 157.5. So I currently have 3 live bets outstanding. I didn't know there was a Westgate website. Is there? I have no NBA bets here. I probably should have put college basketball in this title. The blender. I'm telling you guys, if you guys just want to just follow what my blender says and you'll probably be good to go. I'm going to check this Arkansas LSU total here. So right now it's 159.7. What are they offering? Doesn't match. So Georgia closed the gap pretty quickly. Arkansas LSU, they're offering 164.5. My model says 161.2, so that is in the under zone. $64.5, so that's about 3.2. Arkansas LSU. I mean, you think at some point LSU is going to stop, but what does Duquesne Dayton say? 135. This is 136.5, so I'm going to wait. $140.5 for 142.5, right in line with what that's being offered. $141. Right now, the Arkansas LSU under is enticing. Actually, it's outside of the under zone now, so I'm gonna wait. Wait for that. Man, my 2 Atlantic 10 road against the spread picks are not showing out right now. If I can at least get Rhode Island, I'm not too worried. Yeah, if there's a website, I'll have to look into that. Man, George Mason's really taking the woodshed to LaSalle right now. Here's Nicholls State, who I didn't bet on this time. Did my model pick them to win by a lot? Yes, but I did not bet on them. That was Nicholls State was one of the main reasons I went to the 6 model approach, because remember the Indy models picked them to win like 30 points every game? That's one of the reasons. I was like, I need to balance that out. Money lines have just not been there. So since I've moved to the 6 model approach, though, the money lines have not been there, and that's usually the cornerstone of my approach. No matter what model it is, it's the money lines, and I just haven't had enough dog hits yet. There is one that came close last night, is UC Riverside plus 800. A few of my metrics did have that, and they lost in overtime. All right. I'm feeling good about my LSU minus 9.5. Right. Northwestern, Ohio State, Duquesne, Dayton. This is 136.5. 134.5. Not yet. See right here, this says LSU 42-13, and the TV says 39-13, so that means they're about to make it 3. There is a guy, so I had the TV on this like 5 minutes before this game started, and they had ESPN's Daily Wager. And right before this game started, they were giving out their best picks, their picks of the day or whatever, best bets. And guess what? What was his name? Steve Stevens or something? Not Steve Stevens, but one of the guys on Daily Wager. His best bet was Arkansas plus 1.5. It's like his justification for it was Arkansas beat 3 ranked teams this year. That was his hard-hitting justification. I mean, that's why shows like that are garbage. Oh, they've already beat 3 ranked teams. So what? How does that correlate to the line and percentage of them covering or not? Duquesne Dayton's tied at 28. I'm thinking about taking LSU minus 24.5, but I already have a winning bet with minus 9.5, so there's no point in continuing. Duquesne Dayton tied. Man, whatever method that the Westgate's using to do their live line for the Northwestern Ohio State game is right in line with what my model is. I mean, they're offering 143.5 and minus 11.5 right now. I mean, that is right in line with what I have. So there might not be a lot of opportunities in that game. Duquesne Dayton 137. Same with the total in this Duquesne Dayton game. It's pretty much mirrored what they're offering. Did I put an under yet in Arkansas LSU or an over? because it's in the over zone right now. I'm going to take Arkansas LSU over 166.5. It's in the over zone. All right, I got 165.5, so now I have 4 active live bets. All right. 4 active live bets. I just took the over in this Arkansas LSU game. It was in the over zone, and I went ahead and took it. But I just haven't been able to find any opportunities in the totals of the Duquesne game and the Northwestern game. I mean, it's mirroring what's being offered. Arkansas is down to 21.5, but I still don't think that's a good bet. Man, what's the deal with Rhode Island? So all of my metrics had him winning by about between 4 and 6. I mean, I already know a lot about Rhode Island. I don't know much about UMass, though. But it looks like Rhode Island's pretty inconsistent. But all their losses have been, against decent teams. So, but UMass, the team they're playing, they beat LaSalle twice. But yeah, they're doing a number on Rhode Island right now. Not as much as George Mason is doing to LaSalle, though. I mean, LaSalle did beat Dayton on the road, but that's about it. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to see what the second half line is in the Florida State game. So it's Florida State +2 over 77.5. So according to my model, Florida State's going to win by 26.9, which is expanding their current. So right in line. Honestly, it's right in line with the +2. Or no, -2. It should be -2. So there is value on Florida State +2. With the total 160.5, right now it's at 89. So +77. So about 156.5. 89, 71. My model's saying they're only going to score 71 points. So that's the over zone. I'm going to take Florida State +2 second half. Oh, it already started. I didn't get in time. So I'll have to bet it live. So I can get Florida State -24.5 right now. minus 22.5. Yeah, I'm jumping into the 22.5 Florida State. Let's go. I'm in. Auburn, Georgia. Minus 4.5. Arkansas, LSU. 22.5. I didn't place a total bet though on Florida State, NC State, because they're offering 173.5 right now, and that's in the over zone. You know what? It's definitely in the over zone. But it does not match. Okay, I'm going to place over 172.5. All right, I'm in there. All right, another live bet. Florida State, NC State over 172.5. A lot of these games are entering the over zone, so that's why I've done all over so far. I'm looking for under opportunities, but we'll have to wait and see. Because LSU, Arkansas is still in the over zone. Auburn, Georgia. Didn't already place an over bet on that? That's still in the over zone. All right, Rhode Island looks like they're making a run. So they might not be dead to rights yet. The ATM. So the ATM seems to find like one betting type that it does really well on every night, but it's always just one. Right now it's spreads. Last night it was money line. They're at 12 and 6. Where can you get this tool? This is my tool. I don't know if, like, even if I let people download it, I don't know if anyone know how to use it. Like, I programmed it for myself, not for other users, and so I'm the only one who knows how to operate all the inner workings of it. I would have to create like an instruction manual for it. So Arkansas has closed the gap from 30 to 19. Auburn's back up by 9, which is good. Florida State's at 26.5 now, so me getting in at 22.5 at least was the right choice as of right now. So like right now, all my ATS live bets that I placed, which are 3, I mean, are looking to be in good shape. It's just the totals. The totals is where, like, I did real well in ATS last night as well. I think I only lost 1 ATS bet last night, and that was Virginia Tech, because I took them at minus 8.5, and Duke scored a meaningless 3 in their last possession to cover that. So I was really close to being perfect in ATS last night live. I honestly, when it comes to middling, that's something you are setting out to do before you even place any bets at all. That's just me. I'm not a fan of middling because I like to let it ride, honestly. If I know I have a great side, I just let it ride and take it. I don't try to mess it up in middle. Like, if you're going to middle, that needs to be your strategy from the get-go. Like, you're placing bets for the sole purpose of middling. So it's not just something you can say, oh, I might do this. I might middle now, you know. Because I thought about doing it last night, and I'm glad I didn't. Because all the times I thought about doing it, I would have ended up wiping out my already profitable bet that I already made. But the only game that's going on right now that's also being offered live that I also bet on was Northwestern Ohio State over. And I mean, look, it looks like it's colored blue right now over here. So that's looking good. So I have over 139, so I'd have to find a pretty good under opportunity. And it's off the board right now because it's halftime. I can look and see what the second half line is, though. It's not up. Rhode Island's up. It's minus 3.5. LaSalle's up. It's minus 1.5. And Florida State is now minus 30.5. I mean, I think I made the right choice getting in it when I did. And the over's 175.5. I got over 171.5. Or 172.5, my bad. Yeah, Florida State's heading well towards 100 points in this game. I have the VMI money line. Like, that's one of the things. I haven't had any success on money lines lately. I have Mercer and Chattanooga over 149.5. I mean, it could happen. But yeah, like I really need a dog. I don't think I've had a dog money line hit since I started this. So here's a 1.1 and a 1.15, but after that, I don't think I've had one. Yep, 0 for 3 that day. Here's a 1.25 last night, but wasn't enough. So yeah, money line's been tough. It's the only part that's red over here. And it's looking like that again tonight. So I really need like a team like VMI to reverse that trend. I haven't had a money line dog hit over 1.25. And I can't have that. Like those massive college basketball runs that I had in 2018 and last year, where I, just if you looked at the daily unit chart that was like going up, those were all fueled primarily by just having big money line hits. Plus 400, plus 500, even some plus 800s. I had multiple plus 775s on the same day last year. So like without those, then my profit strategy takes a hit. That's just the way I do it. Actually, last year I was doing it the opposite way. I was betting. I was betting 1 unit on dogs last year, and then risking to win 1 unit on favorites last year in college basketball. But those big favorite losses were taking its toll on my bankroll. Because I have this principle: I only bet 20% of your bankroll max in a given day. And when you have those big moneyline favorites in there that you're having to risk multiple units just to win one on, and they lose, your bankroll takes a hit, and you have to decrease your unit size to stay under that 20% cap. So I switched it to just betting 1 unit regardless. And honestly, those big favorites, I don't like betting them, so I just started putting them together in parlays. If you followed me last year, my daily basketball picks, you would have seen me starting to bet moneyline parlays towards the end of the season with those big favorites. And I prefer to take more of a risky approach. I like to place 1 unit on dogs, and that way if they do hit, if a big one hits, you win a lot of units. I'd rather lose a unit on a dog risk than have a big dog win and only win 1 unit out of it. That's always disappointing. You're like, man, I left money on the table. Because that happened to me in college football this past year. I had Kansas State like plus 1,400 or something against Oklahoma, and they won, but I only had like a quarter of a unit on it. I was like, man, if I had 1 unit on it, I'd be sitting pretty. Every game's in halftime right now except NC State and Florida State, which I already live bet on. So right now the total right now for Florida State, NC State is 177.5, so that's 5 points off what I got in at. And the live spread is not being offered. Yeah, Auburn's up by 11, LSU up by 20. Okay, there we go. It's Florida State minus 30.5. So my minus 22.5 is clearly a good get. The question is, though, can Rhode Island control the second half? Or are they going to continue to be disappointing like they have been the past couple years? Anybody else betting college basketball live right now instead of me, or besides me? Is anyone following my picks? Yeah, right now it looks like overall without keys, the totals is where my model's doing well tonight. All but the ATM. But the trade-off is the ATM's the only one up on spreads. Oh, well, now Blender joined them. I'm telling you, Blender is the way. Look at this. Every model type is down except the Blender, which is plus 8 point. That's been the theme pretty much every night. So let's look. So January 9th. How did the Blender do January 8th? It was actually minus 15.3 on spreads and 2.5 on totals. January 9th was 56 and 36 against the spread and 54 and 40 on totals. The 10th, it was 16 and 13 on spreads and 15 and 14 on totals. 11th was 4 and 3 and 4 and 3. And then yesterday it was 10 and 9 and 9 and 11, so a bad day. So overall, the Blender is tied with team for best spread metric, and then also team and blender are actually matching on both stats over here, but on money lines is where it separates itself from team. So money lines it's actually up plus 5.93. And that the keys, look at the keys. I mean 12.48, 20.7, 14. So the blender is currently the leading metric since I switched over to this on January 8th. But yeah, last Saturday, look at this. I mean 56 and 36, that's pretty good. 54 and 40. But the team was better on totals, 57 and 37. So Saturday was a good day. But we're here tonight. We're on 13th. So when 5 out of 6 metrics agree on totals, it's plus 8.6 units. So those metrics tonight would have been Fordham and St. Bonaventure, VCU George Washington, NC State Florida State, Wofford VMI, Duquesne Dayton, Furman Citadel, LaSalle, Tulsa, Texas A&M, Central Arkansas, and that's it. This one's still... All right, so the over projection keeps creeping up as well. I mean, they're at 129 to go. It's still, 12 minutes left. So I just need 43 points for that to go over. What total did I play on Arkansas LSU? It was a 165.5, but that's the thing. I've always noticed that my model total projection kind of lags, because the way a live line is calculated for totals is a lot different than the way my model's calculated. It's not the case for spreads, though. Spreads are spreads, but totals are a little bit different because what I've noticed is that they kind of inflate them on the live line a little bit because what my model's not counting for is things like what the pace has actually been in the game so far, as well as like end-of-game free throw situations. So my live projections are actually pretty simple. It just takes the estimated possessions remaining, which is just a derivative of this right here times the number of seconds remaining. So if they've played a lot faster pace than my model projected so far, my live projection is not gonna pick up on that. But that's the thing. In order to actually calculate how many possessions have been played so far, you're gonna need like live box score data. I just pull the live scores and time remaining. That's it. But to actually calculate how many possessions have actually happened so far so you could adjust the estimated possessions remaining, you would have to have a live box score feed, so you have the statistics needed to calculate possessions, and I'm not that granular yet. So what I've noticed is that total projections kind of lag a little bit, which is fine. You can always calibrate that on the back end, which is what I did up here, because what I learned is that anytime my model says under by 4.37 or more points, then it's actually more likely to go over, and so that's why I've been playing these overs so far, even though my model is like screaming under. When I got in an Arkansas LSU, it was like an 8-point differential between the current offered total and everything. And so, but I still play the over anyway because that's something I calibrated last night. That's why I'm entering in all these live lines as they're happening so I can calibrate stuff like that. $179.5. Wow. I have made some good live betting choices tonight. I'm active on YouTube, and I have my website where I post my blog, sportsbettingtruth.com. But yeah, I just couldn't stay on Twitter. Sometimes you got to stick to your convictions, and also. What else? I mean, I haven't shut down any of those. I haven't shut down my Twitter. I haven't shut down my Instagram. But I haven't posted to my Instagram in over a year. And even when I did post to it, I posted like once every 3 months. I'm just not an Instagram guy. I haven't had a Facebook for several years, probably at least 6 or 7 years. I don't have a TikTok or anything like that. People said I should use TikTok to promote my channel. I might at some point. I'm just not a fan of all the censorship. Like I'm one person. I'm one person. I can't fight censorship on my own, but censorship is something I feel very strongly about. It's something I'm very strongly opposed to, and I just can't stand by while it happens and just, you know. There's two issues that I'm really strongly convicted about. It's censorship and overseas wars. Like that's like that was probably like one of my number one voting issues. Is which candidate is least likely to start a new war overseas that we have no business being involved in? Yeah, I posted on my website. Any of these games started back up yet? LaSalle, George Mason. I think LaSalle is done. You could stick a fork in them. They're not going to cover the 4.5 unless a miracle happens. Ooh, VMI is making a run, though. You know, they're only down by 3 now. I'm seeing a commercial for the Popeyes chicken sandwich right now. I mean, I've had them quite a bit over the past since they came out a year and a half ago, and they are good. I think it's the best fast food chicken sandwich there is, and I'm not, you know, it's not just marketing hype. I've had the Chick-fil-A sandwich and the Popeyes one and the one at KFC. You know, it's the best chicken sandwich that's offered right now. All right, VMI, come on, keep closing the gap. I wonder if there's any second half lines I can jump in on. I don't have to just do the live betting. Are they really offering? They're offering McNeese State and Incarnate Word on live betting. I never would have guessed. Like, of all games they can offer to live bet, they're offering McNeese State and Incarnate Word. And it's currently 9-0 Incarnate Word, so you can get McNeese State at 6.5 right now. McNeese State, okay, now it's 12-0, and you can get in at... You can get in at 7.5 for McNeese. I'm just waiting for this number to change to 12 to see if there's any opportunities. Now it's 12-2, kind of showing you how I wish there should be a way I should like be able to manually update this, but that's the thing. The possession calculations are kind of done behind the scenes, and I need that. So if there's a way I can manually, and also I can't see how much time's remaining on the app. It just says what the score is. So I don't know if that would be a realistic thing to do. Okay, now it's 12-0. I'm waiting for it to go to 12-2 to see what the number is. All right, Duquesne Dayton has started back up, and they're offering 4.5. It seems like it's been stuck at 4.5 the whole game. All right, McNeese State Incarnate Word. I can finally enter that in 6.5. They're offering 143.5 there. Probably too early for totals right now. And right besides, what they're offering is 144, which is right in line with what my model says. So Northwestern, Ohio State. I have a middle opportunity here. I can get in right now. I don't like the line though. It went when it was at 149.5. I was considering it, but then it dropped to 148.5. So it's like it read my mind. Nichols or McNeese and Incarnate Word. The total's right in line with what's being offered. Duquesne Dayton, right in line. Like it's 134.5, and I have 134.6. Okay, now Northwestern, but yeah, that's because they scored. Okay, 145.4. They're offering 149.5. So I have a middle opportunity here. I am going to take under Northwestern Ohio State 149.5 if I can get in. And I did. First under bet of the night. Added to the ticker. Awesome. It was in the under zone. And now I have a middle opportunity. So I already have for the game over 139, but then I just took under 149.5. I think the over looks good. Arkansas LSU has started back up, by the way. McNeese and Incarnate Word. I'm really interested in that game. McNeese and Incarnate Word. It's 15-2. It's 142.5 is the total, which is right in line with what's being offered. Point spread is 8.5 for McNeese. Incarnate Word minus 8.5. I'm going to take. I was going to take 8.5, but I will not take 9.5. I'm going to wait. That's the thing. You got to be patient. You got to be patient. You can't. Yes, it falls in the zone, but I'm really looking for anything 3.25 and higher, which it was there for a little bit, but I just didn't have fast enough fingers. I actually, if I'm not live betting, it's hard to watch basketball games that you bet on because the end of game free throws and everything. Like, I love watching football games that I bet on because it's not like you don't have the whole end of game free throw foul garbage. It's pretty cut and dry, straightforward in football. You kind of know where you stand. But basketball, like, anything can happen in the last 5 minutes, and it's annoying. Okay, Duquesne Dayton. Northwestern and Ohio State. 13.1. Okay, Arkansas is now at 15.5. That's interesting. I need to, like, highlight a time if it's in the media timeout zone, if that makes sense. All right, so they just took Florida State, NC State off the live betting board. This is 17-2 now. I'm surprised if all games are offering McNeese State and Incarnate Word to live bet on. Like, there's only 6 to choose from. Now 5, now they took NC State and Florida State off. All right, Incarnate Word is 9.5. I'm taking that. Taking that. Incarnate Word, Incarnate Word, Incarnate Word. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. 9.5. Come on. I feel like I'm playing that pressure. Oh, of course it changed. Come on. Press your luck. Get in. 9.5. Get me 9.5. Come on. Come on. All right, I'm in. Incarnate Word minus 9.5 it is. All right. No, I don't do esports. I have played CSGO, but I wouldn't bet on it. Have I been hitting on basketball? It depends on what your definition of hitting is. Stick a fork in LaSalle. They are done. All right. Northwestern Ohio State. Arkansas, LSU. Already put bets on those games. All right. Georgia came out of the locker room with a little run. LSU's back up by 24, so could breathe a little bit easier. You know, I'm going to look and see what the second half line is for Nichols and Northwestern State, which is, of course, not being offered right now. So, never mind. All right, McNeese and Incarnate Word, 10.5. I still haven't placed a bet on the Duquesne-Dayton game, just because, like I said, it's mirroring what my model is offering. So it's 38.44, live total is 133.5. There's an under opportunity there. I might take that in a second. Let me look at what the spread is. 8.5, right with what that says right there. But there's an under opportunity there. There definitely is. Not anymore. That ship has sailed. And now it's at 130.5. I don't know what caused it to drop so fast. Yeah, whatever algorithm we're using for the Duquesne-Dayton game, my model is matching it completely. Oh boy. Oh, offensive foul on LSU. Not that it matters. It's a 22-point game. McNeese and Incarnate Word. Incarnate Word is now up by 16, so the total is right in line with what they're offering. Man, they must really have a lot of faith in Arkansas. I'm guessing they're assuming that LSU, kind of like last night with the Michigan and Wisconsin, like Michigan was being offered in the 35s at some point, but Wisconsin ended up losing by 22. I think it's just because Michigan's put in all their backups. Maybe the odds makers are like, yeah, Arkansas is going to be 19 even though they're down by 24 because at some point LSU is going to empty the bench. Man, I'm 4-0 on totals tonight that I bet on. Like, not all of them are final, but they're heading that way. Like these numbers right here are based on like the current projection. Like if the current projection holds, what the number would be. But I really need Rhode Island, which is starting to look bleaker and bleaker. Oh, VMI took the lead. Awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. VMI. Keep it up. I wish that game was on TV. It's not, though. I mean, it might be on some random channel. Okay. Auburn's up by 13 now, so can breathe a little bit easier there. Man, my neck hurts. I hurt my back. I don't know how I hurt it, but like one of my discs are messed up. All right. What are the totals? So right now the live total for Florida State, NC State is 178.5. What did I get in it again? 172.5. Arkansas LSU is 168.5. What am I on there? Over 165.5. Auburn, Georgia is 164.5. What did I get in at? Over 157.5. So it looks like my over decisions as of right now are looking better than they are looking worse. Duquesne Dayton doesn't match. Remember I almost got in under Duquesne Dayton, but then the line moved. Okay, it matches now, and it's still right in line with what's being offered. Ugh. McNeese Incarnate Word does not match. This is one of those times I'm thinking about probably not an over bet on Duquesne Dayton, but it's being very stubborn. Money line on value on Georgia before the game. Depends on what metric you use, but it was an average of 50-50. It was really 50-50. So minus 130, 110 was probably about accurate, so there wasn't really any. Okay, Louisville Wake Forest just got added to the live betting roster, and that game starts in 10 minutes. So another one to keep our eye on. Auburn's now up by 16. What did I take them at? Minus 3.5. Man, there isn't a live bet that I have right now that I feel bad about. Let's put it that way. Duquesne Dayton. I'm keeping an eye on that one. I haven't placed a live bet on either side yet, but it's a really interesting proposition. It is an under territory, but I can't bet it right now, so I'm just gonna have to wait. Rhode Island, man, let me down tonight. I mean, as of right now, that's all I can really complain about, though, are those two spread bets. No, I don't like super teams in the NBA. I think, honestly, I don't think there's enough talent to go around in the NBA to support 30 teams. So super teams are just a natural result of what's going to happen. Um, if the NBA wants to get rid of super teams, they need to contract, but they won't. So they're here to stay because players are so self-absorbed these days that all they, they have no loyalty to their teams or fan bases or anything. They're just chasing rings, and I get that. You want to win a championship, but the problem is these super teams all tend to be the same, big market teams that can afford free agents, and it's not good for basketball. All right, I'm going to fire on Duquesne Dayton under 131.5. If I can get in there. Under 131.5. Oh, it changed to 132.5. I'm going to place 132.5. Okay, I'm in. Duquesne Dayton under 132.5. Do I feel like there's sports more suited for betting than others? Yes. It's not so much which sports are suited for betting, it's which sports aren't suited for betting, and that's the NFL and the English Premier League and then the NBA. But I feel like NFL and Premier League are on a tier higher than the NBA. But I feel like those three are ones you should probably avoid. And you avoid them because there's just too much volume. The markets are too sharp. They're going to be very hard markets to beat. You have alternatives. Like if you're going to build a basketball model, you're better off doing college basketball like I do than the NBA. Softer markets, a little bit easier to beat. Same with same with college football. Easier markets to beat. Whoops. Duquesne 14.5. Northwestern 10.5. Baseball is a weird sport to bet on. I say that because if you don't know what you're doing, it can be very difficult. And if you do know what you're doing, you have a chance. But it's a very high bar you have to clear. Books are going to fear baseball bettors if they're good. Like, no book out there is going to fear any NFL bettor, period. They don't care how good your track record is. They're not going to be afraid. Wow, ATM is 16-3 against the spread tonight. But they're not going to be afraid of any NFL bettor, no matter how much they bet, no matter how good their track record is. But baseball, they're going to fear you if they know you're good. But in order to be good betting baseball, it's a high bar to clear. But there is a bar. I don't think there is a bar in the NBA or in the NFL that you can clear to be considered good enough because it's so hard. But for baseball, there is a bar, and it's high. So that's why I say if you don't know what you're doing, you don't have a chance in baseball. But unlike the NFL, there is a chance to have a chance if you play your cards right. Last year when I bet baseball briefly, probably for about a month, I had a Monte Carlo baseball model. It had its hits and misses, but ultimately, I figured that there are some ways I designed some things that that needed to be fixed, but then I went on my big road trip. I moved and everything, and so I was like, okay, by the time I'm done with the road trip and moved in and everything, like, baseball season's pretty much going to be over with. It's not worth it, so I just shut it down, and I'll return to it after college basketball is over to, make the alterations and then reboot it again for this upcoming baseball season. But yeah, baseball can be tough. Okay, Wofford took the lead again. That's going to go down to the wire. Would I ever make an NFL player prop model? I mean, who offers player props, though? Books don't like offering them because they're so soft. The markets are so soft and they're easier to beat. None of the sports books here in Las Vegas offer them. I mean, they might for the playoff, for like the championship games in the Super Bowl, but that's the only place I know that they might offer player props for NFL. And so if there's any books in Las Vegas that do offer player props, let me know. But it's one of those risk-reward things. First of all, you'd have to find the database, because I said this on the last live stream. You need to have a database of odds, right? Unless you want to manually type in odds every single day, you need to have an easy way to either copy and paste the list of odds or have a scraper to get you odds. That's what I liked about 5Dimes. I'm not a member of them anymore, obviously, but they did have an interface of their odds, live lines that you could just copy and paste, and it was very easy to, copy and paste that into Excel, run a few formatting macros, and put it into an odds database, right? But things like that are few and far between. But if you can't build a database of odds, then you're not going to have a good model. I feel like that's more important. I feel like the database of odds that you have access to should guide what you build a model for, not the other way around, right? So if you can get a database of player props that you can, that is easy to update and maintain, then go ahead, yeah. But I don't know where you'd get such a thing. I mean, that's the main reason I stick to moneyline spread and totals here in this college basketball model, just because I can copy and paste the odds into a database every day, and it takes 2 seconds, But for some of the more exotic lines out there, you're going to have to manually enter them in, and I'm not going to do that, especially with as many. You might be able to do that in a sport like NFL where you only have to do it once a week. But in college basketball where there's dozens of games every day, no one has time for that. All right, VMI. Man, this VMI Wofford game is going to really... I'm going to have to follow it on my phone or something. FSU NC State went over, so I can officially add to a total win on my live results. And also, it looks like they're going to win by 30. Is that game over? Florida State. Yeah, it's over. So they also won by. So I'm 2-0 live betting tonight. I'm going to get rid of the decimals here. 2-0 live betting. Now that Florida State and NC State's gone final. Auburn's up by. Wow. They're up by 21 now. I don't see how my minus 3.5 could lose at this point. Weirder things have happened, I guess. Like, it seems like the teams that rally big time at the end are always, the teams I bet against. So it wouldn't surprise me to, not see Rhode Island rally, but, Georgia rally. Wofford. Did I take Dayton yet? I'm going to jump in on Dayton minus 15.5. All right, I'm in Dayton minus 15.5. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to remember times I've actually had a team rally for me, where they looked dead in the water and then, oh wait, they rallied. Kent State did it in football last year I want to say against Buffalo maybe, but they came down. They were down 21 going into the fourth quarter and ended up winning. That's the only one that comes to mind. It's happened against me many times, I can tell you that. All right, this Wofford VMI. I wish it was on TV. I wonder if it's on ESPN Plus or something like that. Because if that's the case, I'm going to put it on my laptop. I'm not a James Harden fan, by the way. I don't like his style. If your style is relying on the refs to get you to the foul line 40 times a game, you're not fun. All right, Louisville Wake Forest has started, but it's too early. I like to usually let it get past the first media timeout before I start looking at live lines, unless there's a team jumps out to a big lead or something like that. Okay, it is on ESPN Plus, so I'm going to put that on my laptop, which is over here. I'm going to have to mute it, though, or I'll get a copyright violation. That kind of, it speaks to my model struggling on money lines so far that I'm really interested to see how this VMI game pans out. Oops. All right, so 3:54 left, and it looks like someone's getting ready to shoot free throws. A VMI player, thankfully. So I'm going to do like a play-by-play here. First free throw is bricked off the back iron and rebounded by Wofford. So Wofford is slowly going up the floor. Looks like VMI's playing a zone defense. Three-pointer by Wofford is good. Man, that was contested. He threw that up at the guy in his face and still... That's why I hated Wofford a couple years ago. Does anyone remember a couple years ago they were actually pretty good? They had Fletcher McGee, another guy. Like, I just hated how they just shoot contested three after contested three, just like they did right there, and made it. VMI just turned the ball over. Wofford's coming up the floor. Guy under the basket, good. And VMI is down by 5. So I turn the game on, and all of a sudden VMI falls apart. Is a 5-0 lead for Wake Forest big enough to overreact to yet? No, it's not. Although they're offering Wake Forest plus 3.5. And my model's already saying that they're in the zone. 4.5 now. That's because Louisville scored. Auburn, nice. I'm thinking about jumping in on Wake Forest. I know it's early, but I'm already thinking about jumping in on Wake Forest. Oh, VMI three-pointer to tie, and it's no good. Oh, well, they're only down by 3. Wofford has the ball, 2:26 left. Wofford almost turned the ball over, didn't, and their guy misses. Okay, good. They had a shot under the basket, but it rimmed out, thankfully for me. VMI, here's your three-pointer. Good. Nothing but net. Tie game. 2 minutes to go. Man. That's what I'm talking about. Is it too early? I'm going to stick to my principles and not place a live bet before the first media timeout. So I'm ignoring the Louisville Wake Forest game for now. Oh, VMI just called timeout after getting a steal. Nice. 1:37 to go. Do they get timeout or do they do the possession arrow? If they did it as their last timeout. Okay, they did it. Okay, I guess if you're going to use your last timeout, it's in a situation like that. I guess it makes sense. Ooh, Rhode Island, look at this. They're only down by 4 now. Maybe they can pull this off. That game on TV? They took it off. All right, let's see how VMI comes out of this timeout. They have no timeouts left, by the way, so that's important. All right, so it looks like Wofford is playing a matchup zone defense. Looks like a 1-3-1 zone, or it looks like they're actually running a box and a diamond and one, if you ask me what they're doing. But then they switch back to their 1-3-1 zone. 3 in the corner from VMI is, oh man, that was not even close. Didn't even come close to hitting the rim. Wofford runs up the floor fast, pops out to number 5, shoots a wide open 3, bricks it. VMI does get the rebound. They have numbers. VMI has numbers, and they're going to take it back. Number 2 is driving to the back. He has it. He beat the guy. Oh, that's goaltending, and they didn't call it. Dang it. So Wofford has the ball with 50 seconds to go. It looks like they're going to run a set play. They're going to let the clock run down. 21 seconds on the shot clock. 45 seconds to go. Number 5 passes it. Number 11 has a guy pass. Oh, he threw it away. He threw it away. VMI has numbers. VMI has numbers. Can't blow this. Oh, he got fouled. Wofford just decided to do a hard foul instead of giving the easy bucket. Oh, Wofford guy threw it away. VMI's going to the line with 32 seconds. Man, this is intense. I mean, it's just a 220 money line bet, but like I said, I have not had a lot of success on money lines this season, so I just need anything to make me feel better about it. All right, first free throw is good. So VMI is going to have the lead. We'll see what Wofford does after this. Second free throw is no good. Bricked. Oh, but an offensive rebound by VMI, so they're going to be able to run the clock. And Wofford moves. But remember, the shot clock was only 20 after the offensive rebound, so they're going to have to shoot it with about 20 seconds to go, so about 10-second gap between the shot clock and game clock. VMI is driving to the basket, shoots. You're going to have to shoot the ball. Shot clock violation. Nope. Oh, three-pointer no good. So Wofford's going to have 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Three-pointer at the buzzer is good. Wofford wins at the buzzer. Three-pointer. Oh, man. Ugh. I don't think VMI realized how many seconds they had left on the shot clock there when they rebounded the free throw. Oh, man, that sucks. Oh, it looks like there's going to be some time left, but not enough to make a difference. Yeah, Wofford is going to win. Ugh. That is a dagger. Ugh. At least I have my relative live betting success tonight to fall back on, but man, that is just not ideal. I should have, as soon as I saw number 5 pull up, because they weren't even really defending him that well. Number 5 is their main guy for Wofford. And as soon as I saw him pull up and he wasn't being defended, I knew he was going to go in because he was too open. He was too open. Stop the ball. That's always the number one thing when a team has a fast break. Stop the ball. And they didn't stop the ball. They let him spot up and take a pretty open three-pointer. You know what? I'm thinking about placing an under bet on this Louisville game. I'm glad I didn't take Wake Forest when I did. So I'm going to, no, it's actually moved into the over zone. So I'm going to ignore that. What's the spread? Wake Forest plus 11.5. And that sucks with VMI. I was looking forward to finally getting that money line hit. Rhode Island, come on, complete this comeback. Come on, Rhode Island. I never have a team rally for me. VMI is going to do a half-court shot at the buzzer, and it was short, so that game's officially over now. Man, bummer. That's a bummer. Oh, man, I wonder if this Rhode Island game's on TV. And that's just a total, man, VMI was in good shape. They had the offensive round off the free throw. I mean, if in a, that's where that rule change hurt, because I don't think they realized that the shot clock was only 20, because they were just trying to run the clock down, waiting for Wofford to foul them, and Wofford wasn't. And so then they realized, oh, crap, the shot clock is about to expire, and just threw up a 3 as the shot clock went out and wasn't close, and that, you know, they didn't get on transition defense. Oh, it is on ESPN Plus. Yep, I'm turning that game on now. So it looks like we got a TV timeout. 2:54 left. Looks like UMass is going to be at the free throw line coming out of the timeout. I mean, that's what it looks like based on where the camera is pointing. Yep. I'm guessing Rhode Island has the momentum right now, because it was a 14-point game not too long ago. So let's see if this guy can miss some free throws. Free throw number 1 is good. He looks like the type of guy that would miss a free throw in this situation. Remember when I was going to take Wake Forest +5? Okay, so he made both free throws, so it's a 4-point game now. Let's see, good thing I stuck to my rule. No live bets before the first media timeout. Rhode Island three-pointer, air ball. Man, that was a contested 3, too. Why would you take that shot that early in the shot clock? That's the type of shot that gets you benched. But I think he's their number 1 guy that shot that ball. It's Fats Russell. I'm pretty sure he's their number 1. UMass looks content to just run the clock down. Fine by me. Offensive foul. Yeah, this is a 15-point game with 9 minutes to go, so Rhode Island has momentum. Overtime wouldn't be the worst thing here. That's probably my only shot for a cover, actually. All right, Rhode Island do not shoot another contested 3, which they did, and not good. Rebounded by UMass. So ever since I turned this on, URI has had 2 offensive possessions, and both times they've shot 2 contested 3s. They don't stop the ball because they're expecting UMass to pull it out, and they didn't. UMass just kept going right to the basket for an uncontested shot. Who is coaching this Rhode Island team? This is terrible. Another contested 3 that they made it, but so Rhode Island's down by 3, but gosh, ever since I've turned this on, I've seen terrible coaching for Rhode Island. Okay, so UR is going to have a chance to tie the game. Well, not anymore because UMass fouled the guy after the rebound. So this is bad coaching. Remember this when you look at Rhode Island in the future. They're not well coached, at least based on the 3 possession sample size I've seen. Not stopping the ball in transition, shooting contested. All 3 possessions I've seen have been a contested 3. And they're only down by 3, so there's no need to shoot panic 3s. Right, here come the free throws. It's a 1-on-1. No good. But rebounded by Rhode Island under the basket. Oh, that should have been an and 1, but he made it, so they're down by 1 now. UMass is not running to the basket like they did last time. This is interesting. I want overtime. I'm looking for overtime. That Duquesne Dayton bet I made didn't pan out, the live bet. Northwestern making a comeback. They're only down by 1 now. I don't think my middle opportunity is going to work out there, though. Arkansas is making a little bit of a run here. I'm guessing LSU emptied their bench. All right, let's see what happens out of this timeout. So I think a situation that wouldn't require overtime, Rhode Island forces a stop here, and then they make a 3, and then UMass misses their next shot and fouls Rhode Island, who then makes 2 free throws to go up by 4. How does that sound? Remember when I talked that situation out last week and it actually happened with the under in the Wake Forest Virginia game? Because remember, it was 1 point away from going over with 2 minutes to go, and it didn't go over because they didn't score in the final 2 minutes. All right, so UMass has 20 seconds on the shot clock, 56 seconds left. UMass is definitely playing with a sense of urgency here that you wouldn't think would be played by a team up by 1. Oh, he stepped on the baseline, and they made a layup. So not a bad thing because it gives Rhode Island a chance to force overtime here with the 3. So not the worst thing in the world with a layup there. Man, LSU is choking this away. Rhode Island, you got to take advantage of that guy. You had the matchup you wanted, and you didn't take it. Rhode Island's possession has not been good looking. Wide open 3-pointer by number 4 is good. Tie game. All right, I just need a miss here and go to overtime, and we're sitting good. Man, number 4, the guy, his shot fake is what got him so open. UMass timeout with 8 seconds left. Am I going to have my heart ripped out here like I did in the Wofford game? All right, so Rhode Island. Wake Forest. All right, so 3 live games just got added to the roster that are all starting at the top of the hour. We got Texas Tech, Boise State and Wyoming, and Texas A&M and Mississippi State. All right, so what does UMass have drawn up here with 8.7 seconds left that would not force overtime and ruin this for me? Actually, number 4 is not Fats Russell, it's Bertrand. So what does Matt McCall have drawn up here for UMass? Looks like Rhode Island's going to come out and play zone. I mean, zone isn't the worst thing to do in the world. Keep the ball out of the paint. Just, if they take a 3, they take a 3. But, yeah, they're definitely going to be playing zone here. And then they switched to man-to-man. So it was a fake three-pointer from the top of the key. No good. Putback. Oh, man, that putback almost went in. Oh, but we're going to overtime, which is what I needed. That's what I was looking for. Oh, man, that putback. He had it. UMass guy rebounded the 3 and had a putback chance, and just too strong. A little too strong. He one-handed. If he didn't one-handed and two-handed, I bet he makes it. We are going to overtime. Overtime's all I could really ask for when they're down by 15, though. I mean, I'm not going to complain. Man, Arkansas is going to come back and ruin I have LSU minus 9.5, right? Yeah, they were up by 32 points. Did LSU just pull their starters too quick or something? Which I predicted, by the way, but they need to put them back in. What is the total that I took? I took over once. That's definitely going to happen. Auburn UGA over 160. That's a win. So I'm 2-0 on live totals now. This is an over zone total. I'm placing the over on Louisville Wake Forest. Get in there. I'm trying to get in over 151.5. All right, I'm in. Louisville. I don't know. Well, is my middle going to happen in the Ohio State Northwestern game? We'll see. The over is already hit. The over I bet before the game is already hit. But I just need under, what was it? Under 149.5, and they're right now they're at 143. It just depends on how much fouling Northwestern does here. I don't know what LSU is doing. All right, this is an interesting game because when I saw this come up on my bets today, Dixie State, New Mexico, I was like, wait, New Mexico? I thought it was supposed to be New Mexico State because both of them are in the WAC. And so I was about to take it out and change it, and then I realized, oh, it really is the University of New Mexico. But my model is all over Dixie State here. Dixie State spread, money line, and then the under. All right. Ooh, number 4 for Rhode Island had a wide open 3 and didn't take it, and then turns the ball over right after that. Awesome. You were the guy who hit that wide open 3 to force overtime, dude, and you just pass up a wide open 3 to turn the ball over? Yeah, this game's definitely going to go over now. Unless there's a Wake Forest, Virginia type of situation. Looks like Northwestern made a 3 that forced that situation. All right, LSU is back up by 16, so that's good. Man, no points in the overtime so far. It's been a lot of bricks. Wide open 3 for UMass, too short. Rebounded by Rhode Island. A minute and a half in and no points. All right, so Ohio State just scored. So what did I have? 149.5. So my middle opportunity loss. There's my first loss on a live bet tonight. Just run the clock down, LSU. Wait, don't I have an over in this game, though? Over 165.5, and it's at 163. So just 1 or 2 more baskets, and I'm fine. There's a foul, so that should be some points. Yeah, I don't blame Rhode Island for calling a timeout. After those first 3 possessions, it looked terrible. I'm going to go ahead and give myself the win with the Auburn minus 3.5. So that's another live betting win tonight. That Dayton Duquesne game ended up going under. That's 135. Nope, that's a loss. Yeah, I've really struggled with unders live betting. And also Dayton didn't win by 15.5, so that's a loss as well. So I'm 2-1, 2-2, so 4-3. All right, 166 is now the number. Did I just go over? Yep, Arkansas LSU just went over, so I'm 3-2 there. Bearing a total collapse, I'll also get the LSU minus 9.5. Man, this has been a long time out in this game. There's a site that I've considered buying college basketball data from. I forgot what it's called, but it's out there and it's not that expensive. I just scrape it. The only thing I really don't get is the play-by-play data, but I don't really need it. File size requires zip 64 extensions. What program are you using to scrape? Yeah, pregame totals are definitely looking good tonight. I mean, they were looking a lot better a little while ago, but what really matters is the games I bet on, because that has all the keys factored in. And so Auburn and Georgia has gone final. So what live bets are still outstanding? LSU, which is probably going to hit. Incarnate Word, it's shaky. And Louisville Wake over 151.5. The arrow's pointing up, so that's good. But we got 3 new games starting here in a second that have already started, actually, that I just waiting for them to get past the first media timeout. Just run the clock out, LSU. Yeah, there's no way Arkansas is going to come back now. All right, so LSU minus 9.5 is a win. So I'm now 3-1 against the spread and 3-2 on totals tonight. 6-3 overall, live betting. All right, Texas Tech and Texas coming on after this. Ooh, I forgot about the Rhode Island game. They're still in a timeout. Is there something wrong with the floor? Or did they call another time? Yeah, they called another timeout. No one has scored yet in the first 2 minutes and 15 seconds. But it looks like Rhode Island's about to take some free throws here. There must be something wrong with the floor because they keep calling timeout. They keep like stopping the game here to wipe the floor off. There must be like too much sweat on the floor or something. Okay, Rhode Island shooting free throws. This is wonky camera work, by the way. I'm guessing one of their cameras went out. Maybe they're having electrical problems, and that's why they keep stopping it. Free throw, Rhode Island is bricked. No good. Rebounded by UMass, and we're still scoreless here in overtime. UMass has a matchup in the paint they want. That's a travel, ref. Come on. Doesn't matter. Missed shot, and Rhode Island rebounded, but gosh, the guy slid across the floor. All right, 2 minutes, 19 seconds. Rhode Island is not playing with a sense of urgency here. Pick and roll, top of the key, number one, drives, elbow, jumper, not even close. But, tip back in by Rhode Island, and there's some points. So Rhode Island draws first blood, 2 minutes left with overtime. So it took 3 minutes for someone to score. Oh, but UMass just made a 3 to take the lead. Yikes. Wake is making a little run. Okay, what do you got to answer for that, Rhode Island? Looks like Rhode Island's going to be shooting some free throws. All right, first free throw's good. Tie it up again. Second free throw coming. And it's good. So Rhode Island is back in front. Or wait, no. It was not good. My bad. So the game remains tied. Pretty easy layup there for UMass. Might need a second overtime here. Wake is making a run. This is really bad camera work in this game. 3-pointer by Rhode Island. Good. They're up by 1 now. 42 seconds to go. I probably need a UMass miss here, and then a foul, and then another UMass miss and another foul. Or a foul that gets UMass to the free throw line. They make 1 of 2, and we go to another overtime. And we might get that. They're going to the line. Thinking about jumping in on Wake Forest. I know I said I was going to do it earlier, but I might actually do it this time. Let's do it. Wake Forest plus 8.5. And I'm in. 10. Wake Forest plus 11, 8.5. All right, let's see if UMass can make just one of these two free throws. He made the first. So I'm looking for a miss here, and then Rhode Island run the clock out. Take a shot, second overtime. That's my best path. He made both, so gosh, maybe a quick. So Rhode Island's going to call timeout to talk about it. So down by 1, I'm thinking they make a quick 2. UMass goes down the floor, misses, fouls Rhode Island. They make 2 free throws, and I push. That would not be the worst situation right now, to be honest with you. So what's Rhode Island going to do here? Looks like they're going to go for the last shot. They're not playing with a sense of urgency here. They're taking the. Okay, here comes. Oh, he turned it over. It's foul. That's not the worst thing in the world because now UMass can hit 2 free throws and Rhode Island can hit a 3 to force a second overtime. They turned it over. This is a terrible coached team. This Rhode Island team is just not very well coached, just from what I've seen. All right, let's see what happens with these free throws. Okay, so he made 1. So URI is going to be able to force overtime with a 2 if they can get down the floor. But they're going to take a 2. There it is. Oh, man, he missed the layup at the buzzer. Oh, man. It bounced in and out. Oh, man, he missed the layup at the buzzer. He had it. There's nobody in front of him. There's nobody in front of him. He's putting his jersey over his face and everything. He knew he just screwed up. And now there's a little post-game fighting going on. They're having to restrain people. Oh, man, he blew that. He had nobody in front of him. I think he was so surprised. I think he was surprised that he was so wide open that he missed it. Like, 'cause he was wide open. He just hurried. All right, looks like they're able to break it up. Oh, that's... Whew. Do I use confidence intervals? Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Yes. My standard error isn't too large for 95% CI. I do 1 standard deviation, so 68.2%. That's my confidence intervals that I use. But only one metric I use uses that, and that's the ATM. One standard deviation. 34.2, 34, or 34.1, 34.1. Yeah. There is an R package that's great basketball data that Parker Filming guy did, but I just made my own. All right, some of these new live games are past the first media timeout, so I'm going to start looking into those. Texas A&M, Mississippi State tied at 10. That doesn't match. Texas Tech, Texas does not match. It's 16-7. Boise State, Wyoming, 13-8. Does not match. So none of those games match. Okay, now Boise State, Wyoming does. Minus 11.5. I already have a pregame bet on Boise State, though. So I'm not really in any hurry to bet them. But it's 18.6 at 11.5. Hell yeah. Based on what we know now, I'm taking that. Boise State minus 11.5. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. All right, Boise State 11.5 is a new bet. Incarnate Word's now up by 21, which is good. Oops, as soon as I went to enter it in, it changed. My spread bets tonight not coming through. It looks like A&M Corpus Christi is also going to let us down. I wish I had I should get like an iPad that I can like put on a stand in front of me that I can do live betting with instead of just having to look down at my phone. No, I don't do that Seth William Anderson. Um, I did a live stream on Saturday where I showed the process that I use to select my bets. I'm gonna have to open up R, but I have like a data frame that kind of gives me a criteria of what I'm looking for to place bets. It's a little bit different. Where's my? I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Yeah, there's only one of the only I run 5 different models, and only one of them uses confidence intervals and standard deviations and all that, and that's the ATM. And the combo, I just average the 5 in the combo. Indian team or Monte Carlos. Blender is a linear and logistic regression. ATM is a I don't know what you would call the ATM. It's kind of like a version of the Blender almost. It's closer to a regression than it is a Monte Carlo for sure. And then the simple is just a simple expectation calculation. All right, so I have a data frame called, I think, BX combo MX. So for example, for spread bets, right, I have like this data frame right here, 55 different combinations of the models. So basically like what this represents, say what this line represents right here, if Indy, team, and Blender all agree, then the result has been 24 and 19 plus 3.1 units. But then I run through each one and find the peak criteria values for each metric. So that's probably not the best example. So the top performing one is 29 and 8 against the spread. That's when the Blender, ATM, simple, and combo all agree. It's 29 and 8. No, wait. When they all agree and Blender is greater than 2.36, ATM is greater than 0.53, simple is greater than 1.97, and combo is greater than 1.37, it's 29 and 8 for 20.2 units. So I run this every day and find the optimal keys for all combinations possible, and then just run off that. So I think today I was actually running it off this column right here and not the one above it, the 28 and 8 one. Just because the Team C has been doing a lot better recently. It's 7 and 16 today, though, so that's why I'm 1 and 3, because I was keying primarily off Team C instead of Blender, ATM, simple, and combo. If had I done Blender, ATM, simple, combo, I'd be sitting a lot better right now. So I should probably just trust the numbers tomorrow. But yeah, that's how I select my bets right there. Basically, the ATM, like the Blender is a linear and logistic regression model that regresses off a database of the last 4 seasons. What the ATM does is it creates like a fingerprint of the 2 teams playing and creates like a statistical fingerprint of both teams, and then it filters out matchups from the Blender database that fall outside a certain number of standard deviations from the 2 teams that are playing. So it only regresses based on matchups that are statistically similar to the current matchup I'm predicting for. That's how the ATM works, if that makes sense. So it pretty much filters the database to only regress on statistically similar matchups. Incarnate Word. How many minutes are left in that game? It looks like Incarnate Word's going to cover that one that I bet live. Yeah, the past 2 nights, my against the spread live betting has been very solid, and that Dayton bet I placed earlier was pretty flimsy. I probably shouldn't have done that. It didn't meet the 3.2 criteria, so I probably should have placed half a unit on it, but I didn't. So my against the spread live betting has been there. The totals has still been a work in progress. I'm eyeballing this under in the Texas game. But I already placed a bet on the over in it. Over 130.5. Middle opportunity. I'm definitely looking at that under. The live under being offered. Yeah, the logistic regression is for win percentage, and the linear regression is for team scores and margin. That's how the blender works. I mean, I can show you what the data frame looks like that I run for the blender. I forgot what the... see, I use the predict function. I break it out by away home games, and then neutral games get its own blender. And also I have a different regression table for totals. As you can see, I regress off the total frame here, and I regress off the scores frame. So 2 different regression frames as well for totals and margin. That's why the predicted margin off the blender is not always going to, in this combination of the away score and home score, is not always going to match the total. But it's like... but they use 2 different sets of variables, so. Because what I found, the variables that predict totals are different than the variables that predict margins and scores. I'm eyeballing this over in the Boise State game. I've done really well on overs tonight, I'll tell you that. Unders have been where my losses have come from. You know, let's do it. Let's do the over in this Boise State game. Oh, I already placed a bet on the over already, though, right? Wrong. All right, so over 166.5 Boise State and Wyoming. I have an outstanding middle opportunity right now with this Texas Tech game. I'm looking at the under. Also looking at the under in this A&M game. Let's do it. Under in the Texas A&M game. All right, under 127.5, Texas A&M. Texas A&M plus 12.5. I'm going to take Mississippi State minus 12.5. It falls within the zone. Or Mississippi State minus 12.5, my bad. So out of all the live games being offered right now, I have bets on all of them except Texas Tech, which I have a bet on already, pregame over, and it looks like it's going to head over. I mean, the current line they're offering right now is 150, and I have over 130. Does Texas A&M Corpus Christi have a run in them? All right, McNeese just went final, so Incarnate Word is a winner. Minus 9.5. That takes me to 4-1 live betting against the spread tonight. Last two nights, live betting against the spread has been the money maker for me. I was 4-1 last night, and I'm 4-1 again tonight. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. See this number right here? These two numbers right here? Anytime this number basically anytime my model projection is more than 3.27 points off what the live line is, I'm betting it. And that's the number I've calibrated. And so far, 8-2 over the last two nights. Small sample size, but that's the number I look for. I look for 3.27. That's the number I calibrated. That's what I do. If you see what I'm doing every time I click on that and enter in a number, I'm entering in what the live line is so I can create a database to calibrate that number. I'm 0-1 on middle opportunities tonight, though, because I tried it with the Northwestern Ohio State total earlier, and it did pan out. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant right now with this total in the Texas Tech game. The number right now in this game is 3.4, so I'm going to have to go ahead and take Texas minus 8.5. It's meets the criteria. So Texas minus 8.5 is being placed right now. See, like I see I have this log right here. That's what I use to calibrate. I hate these Sonic commercials. They need to bring back those two guys because the new ones they have suck. Actually, the total being offered right now is actually in the over zone. So I'm looking to place an under bet in this Texas Tech game, but I don't like what's being offered. Why not NBA? Because I just don't want to overextend myself. I have to get up every morning to maintain this model and do the day-to-day operations of it. And not only do I run this, I also it's just I don't want to overextend myself. I might do it next year. Maybe after college, but I already have a baseball model and a college football model as well, so I like to just stick to one at a time. I don't want to. Because even you can automate as much as you want, but I don't believe in full automation of models because you still want to have different checkpoints to make sure everything is running smoothly. There's no errors or anything, nothing going wrong. So it's mostly automated, the day-to-day process, but there's some checkpoints and still some manual things I do too. It's just a matter of overextending myself. Maybe next year. Like the benefit though is that I wouldn't really have to do that much different that I'm doing in college basketball. Like the Monte Carlo models are already built out. I would just plug the NBA stats in there. Yeah, overs has all three of these wins right here been overs, and the two losses are unders. And that was the case last night. I went 1-4 on totals last night, and the only win was an over. And then all my losses were under. So that's why against the spread calibrating has been a lot smoother than the total calibrating so far. Man, my Wake Forest live bet was ill-advised, at least as of right now. Just the way Wake Forest played against Virginia last week, though, and they also played Duke pretty decently. I'm just kind of surprised. Man, that VMI loss was still a backbreaker, man. Just a lack of situational awareness. Ooh, that's my money line dog drought continues. right, Boise State's up by 16, so it looks like me getting in at 11 might not have been a bad idea because the live line is now 18. $151.5. It's still in the over zone, and I already have an over bet that I'm going to let ride, so. I don't incorporate refs. Starting lineups is only taken into consideration in the Indy model right here. It's the only one that takes into consideration the actual individual players. And by that, I just calculate the probability of a given 5 players being on the floor on any given possession and calculate the Monte Carlo run based on that. And I was keying off the team metric tonight mainly for spread bets, and that's not doing well. Everything else, though, I mean, the blender continues to, it's been the rock star. Maybe I should start keying primary off the blender, and I'll never have a bad night. But the ATM, like I said about the ATM earlier, the ATM, there's always one bet type that it does really well in every night. And then the rest, it's kind of like, either average or below average. But there's always one that it is first. And tonight it spreads, 18 and 6. Still in the over zone for Texas Tech. I just need Wake to continue their little mini rally here, and I'm good to go. I'm set, and I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm a big basketball stats nerd. Like, that's how I got into betting to begin with and all that, and because I've always been a big college basketball stats nerd, and you have to enjoy this stuff. Otherwise, you're never going to have the patience to get to where you want to go. I don't want to place another over bet on Texas Tech when I already have a winner. That's the thing. But if you don't, I recommend an over bet on Texas Tech right now live. No, it's just a straight Monte Carlo run. I don't use it to generate standard deviation or anything like that. I just use it to generate a mean average, final final score average and stuff like that. Not just final scores, but individual stats as well. I used to use this to use daily fantasy, but daily fantasy is banned here in Nevada, so I don't anymore. But for baseball, for my baseball daily fantasy model, I did do that actually. I used my Monte Carlo run to generate a standard deviation of a player's stats for daily fantasy use. That way, I created like a plus and a minus statistic, like -1 standard deviation, +1 standard deviation. And that way I could identify guys who had maybe like a high upside, but might not have had the highest mean, but their upside was pretty high. So I did do it for baseball, but I don't do it for basketball. My neck. Win percentage? I mean, I post all my actual picks on my website, and since my model overhaul on January 8th, I'm 30 and 26 for plus 1.33 units, so 53.57%. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. Man, why is the names cut off? Look at that. It ruins the team pages. See, it's just Texas A&M Corpus, and so, dang it, why are the names being cut off? It's got to be a sequel thing. I post before. Every morning. Yeah, every morning update my website. I'm guessing SQL is cutting the names out. Yeah, because it's full here. This is a database upload to SQL for that. Man, I wonder why it's doing that. I'm going to have to go into my SQL database and find out why it's clipping the names. Yeah, I don't pass post anything. I do not pass post anything. Everything you see is unaltered, unedited. I don't delete anything. I don't add anything after the fact. What you see is what you get. How many other names are being cut off? Yeah, I have a day job. I would never bet on sports full time. No matter how good, no, even if I had a model that was bulletproof, I would never do this full time. Because what happens when it stops being bulletproof, right? Man, I have a chance of going 6-0 on totals tonight. It's funny. There's a lot of people here in Las Vegas that are supposedly full-time sports bettors, but I'm like, yeah, just because you're full-time doesn't mean you win. Dime a dozen around here. Like, I've told the story on these live streams many times, but I'll do it again. I remember I was at the Red Rock last year for the first week of college football in 2019. There was a guy sitting to my right, and he just had all these parlay tickets just scattered all out his little desk area. And he dropped one on the floor, and I was like, hey, you dropped this. And he's like, oh, thank God. And he's like, this is how I eat. And I was like, what? He's like, this is how I eat. This is what I do for a living. I bet on, and I was just really skeptical because he's doing nothing but betting all these like 18 parlays in baseball and college football. And I'm sorry, I was just really skeptical. Yeah, he might do that for a living, but that doesn't mean he's profitable. Yeah, I do. I'm a data scientist. I quit my job in the TV industry, though, back in December. I couldn't work in that industry anymore. I was doing like data science and stuff for like 66 different TV stations across the country, and I was not proud. Like, I was not proud of the industry I worked in. It's garbage, all of it. Yeah. Like, it used to be that local news was not as biased and everything as national news, but that's not the case anymore. Local news, the bias has creeped from national news to local news. And so I had them buy out my contract, and there I am. I was under contract through February, so they're paying me through the end of February. All right, so Wake Forest is making a run, which is good. I needed that. Although the live line is now 8.5, which is what I got in it. Man, Boise State's up by 23 now. I got in at 11, so I made the right choice there. Wake Forest is now down by 3. I always believed in them. Like I said, I watched them play against Duke and Virginia. They're not a bad team. So my model believed in them, and so I took a chance. Here's the question. Does Texas A&M Corpus Christi have one last run in them? That's the question. Man, my ear just like popped really bad. What industry am I in now? I'm not gonna. I'll let that be known another time. With all the cancel culture people out these days, I don't. Not accusing any of you being cancel culture people, but my total winning percentage is moving to Las Vegas. Well, I can tell you this. The amount of money I have in my Westgate and Circa apps is less. Well, my Circa app is more than what I deposited, but in my Westgate account is less than what I deposited. But my shortfall of my Westgate account is more than the gain in my Circa account. So I'm down, I can tell you that. But after tonight, that might change because I'm doing well live betting. This number is blue for now, so that might change after tonight. OnlyFans, don't get me started. Any guy who spends money on OnlyFans, oh man. Like here's the thing with OnlyFans. You have these thirsty guys that spend money on OnlyFans or Patreon or whatever, thinking that the girl is going to see that that guy donated to her, and she's going to be, oh my God, what a great guy! I'm going to find out who he is and I'll date him. That's the thought process that drives a person to spending money on OnlyFans. That's the same thought process that drives guys to comment thirsty comments on a girl's Instagram page. Like, look at any semi-attractive girl's Instagram page and look at her comment section, and it'll just be full of guys like with saying, "Oh, you look so sexy," or like heart throb, you know. And the guys are doing that because they believe they will be rewarded by doing that, and that's not how it works. Women are turned off by that stuff. Women do not like thirstiness and neediness. Let me tell you this: the best way to get a woman to pay attention to you is to ignore her. I'm not saying like be rude, but like don't shower her with endless attention and everything. That's my complaint with OnlyFans is that, and you know, Instagram thirst and social media thirst is that they believe that the more attention and affection they shower a woman with, the more likely she'll reward him. It's the opposite. I always tell my friends at like places like bars and stuff, I'm like, dude, if you want that girl to pay attention to you, stop paying attention to her. Then she's going to, in her head, she's going to be like, okay, why isn't this guy paying attention to me? And then she'll try to get you to pay attention to her. That's how it works. But if you shower her too much attention, she's like, oh, get this guy away from me. Why is he so thirsty? Why is he so needy? Trust me, if a girl's into you, she'll let you know. If she's not into you, there's no amount of affection that you can shower her with that will get her into you. That's just how it works. You cannot get a girl to like you. So many guys think that, oh yeah, if I just like show her how much I care about her and how great I think she is, then she'll reciprocate. No. The best way to get a girl to pay attention to you is be less invested in her than she is in you. And if she isn't into you, she's not into you. Move on. You cannot negotiate attraction. You cannot negotiate that. I know it sucks, but it just is what it is. Because they are, Chaelmen are. I want to tell you a story. One time me and a friend like created a fake Tinder account with like a picture of a pretty unattractive woman. Because we were doing an experiment. We were like seeing like how thirsty guys on Tinder are. And this woman was not attractive at all. And we looked at it the next day, and she had like over 400 matches and so many thirsty guys. Yeah, man. You don't even have to be attractive to get guys to spend money on you. That's the sad reality. I think less attractive women actually have their own advantages over more attractive women because you have a bunch of guys that are like, that won't bother with the attractive ones knowing that they're out of their league. But they'll go to the less attractive ones thinking, okay, we have comparable attractiveness, you know, so she's within my league, and so I have a better chance. And so that's the market for these less attractive women. They're getting the guys who know they can't get the better looking women. Yep, that's how it works. Exactly. Matthew Cheverton, that's you're absolutely right. People want what they can't have. And so you need to use that to your advantage when you're trying to, you know, find a girl to date you or whatever. Like, be unavailable. By that I mean don't shower her with endless attention and praise. Be unavailable, and then she's going to be like, okay, why is this guy not into me? I worked as a bartender for many years, guys. Either that or a cocktail server. I've worked in bars because after I graduated college, that's all I did alongside with the other jobs I worked because I was trying to pay off my student loans. So I worked as part-time bartending or cocktail job for years. So I've seen this all play out in bars before. I know, like, I learned from experience. I saw the thirsty guys get rejected night after night, and I saw the guys who, I'm not saying treat women like crap, but, the guys who did not get on their knees for a woman be the ones who ended up winning her over at the end. I've seen this all play out. It's just reality. Date down? Well, men date down. That's how it works. Men date down, women date up. That's how it works. I'm not saying you need to totally destroy your standards, but usually, like a male 8 will usually, a male 8 can usually get along with a woman 6 or 7. But a woman, that's the thing though, a woman 8 is not going to be interested in a male 8. She's only going to go after the male 9s and 10s, so. A woman does not date down. If she does, it's for the wrong reasons. Often you'll see women date down for, because she views the guy as a mark to be a provider. That's one thing you want to avoid as a guy. You don't want to be. If a woman doesn't love you for who you are, they need you to go away. Because a lot of guys get into relationships with women who aren't actually attracted to him, but she's attracted to his provider qualities. That's the recipe for dead bedrooms. If she's not attracted to you on a physical level, then you're just gonna have a miserable marriage. All right, so Texas Tech. All these games are off the board right now. Looks like I'm not going to go 6-0 on totals because this game just went over right here. Well, that's how it used to be. That's how marriages used to be. Like, women would not marry a guy unless they knew he was going to be a good provider. But it usually that's how it worked though. The more desirable men were the good providers. It's different now. Women actually have two different what you would call mate selection methods. There's some men that women are attracted to on a physical level, and then there's other men that women are attracted to, because I don't think it's attraction, but there's other men that women are drawn to because of their provider qualities. And there's men out there that have both. They're both physically attracted to women and they have provider qualities, like pro athletes would be a good example. But then you have, like, in case you're wondering, I've seen this play out in bars all the time. Why does the attractive woman go home with a tattooed drug addict ex-felon? I saw that play out all the time in bars. Why? Because she's attracted to him on a physical level. Like, women do not care how much of a good guy you are. That's another thing. Like, guys are like, oh man, I'm such a good guy. Like, they don't care. I'm not saying be a bad guy, but I feel like I'm saying too much. I feel like what I'm saying is going to get me like deplatformed or something. Texas Tech over and under. I placed a bet on it. Or no, I was looking at it because I already had the over 130.5. So I'm like, why would I place another over bet? But I was endorsing an over play on 156.5 earlier. Now it's 159.5. I was endorsing it, but I'm not going to do it myself because I already have a winner in the game total. You know why they overvalue themselves though? Because social media. They get all these thirsty guys giving them likes and comments all the time, and it inflates their self-value. Like I said, that experiment I did on Tinder, with the ugly, we purposely uploaded the ugly profile picture of a girl to see how many thirsty guys would they match with her, and it was like a ton. Like, if an ugly girl is getting that many matches, imagine how many matches like the average girl is getting, and it's going to inflate her sense of self-worth. It's funny. As soon as I like, it's crazy how much attention I don't have much social media anymore, but it's crazy how the tables turn once you turn 30. All these unmarried women coming out of the woodwork to try to, hey, how are you doing? Okay, you haven't talked to me in 10 years. Why are you talking to me now? Why didn't you talk to me 10 years ago? Boy. I'm not a fan of this money line drought I'm in. I could say so much more on the subject, but I don't want to be deplatformed. But it was like I went to my high school reunion and it was just ridiculous. Like, I mean, I have an Excel series where I teach the basics of Excel macros. It's called like Learn Excel VBA in 40 minutes or something like that. I'm trying to remember. Bart Torvik uses it. Joseph Titus. I'll look it up right now for you because he mentioned it in like a comment section of his website. He has like a blog that he mentioned it in. Natstat.com. Yep, natstat.com. They have hockey, baseball, and basketball. But I don't see the need to pay for baseball data because baseball savant gives you what you need. Hockey though, that's interesting. I've always wanted to make a hockey model. I really have. Yep. Natstat.com. I don't know how much it costs, but okay, $9.99 monthly for one league. So if you just wanted college basketball, then $10 a month. That's very reasonable in my opinion. Like compared to Stats Inc. or whatever, that's like, $40,000 or something like that. I think that's very reasonable. I'm a Stars fan. My first job out of college was with ESPN Radio in Dallas, and I got to do Stars games a lot. And, so I'm a Stars fan, but I couldn't get into they made it to the Stanley Cup Finals this past season, and I couldn't get into the whole bubble, no crowd. The best part about playoff hockey are the crowds, and yeah. But I'm a Stars fan. I watch it. I'll watch the Stars, mainly in the playoffs. I can't watch their regular season games, obviously, because I don't get the regional cable network that they play on. But I'll definitely watch them in the playoffs when there's a crowd. But yeah, I've always wanted to do a hockey model. I just, it overlaps with basketball season, though. Maybe, like I said, I keep saying maybe next year, but literally maybe next year. Because as soon as college basketball is over, I'm going to shift gears to baseball. I plan on doing these live streams every Wednesday and Saturday. This Saturday, I plan on doing a marathon live stream, like literally start to finish. Wake Forest live line. I got on an 8.5, but it looks like Wake was making a run, but then Louisville started pulling away again. So it's 6 right now. So right now they're offering Wake plus 6.5. Maybe one day I'll make a model for hockey. I don't think this Louisville Wake Forest game is going to go over. I already got in at 8.5. I wonder, is that game on the ACC network? That's what that sucks. Is that I got the ACC network when I had YouTube TV, and I didn't, it didn't even show up on my list of channels. But now that I have Cox and I pay for the sports package, I don't get it. Makes no sense. Otherwise, I'd put it on TV and watch it. Man, I forgot to get the rice cooker started. I might do that here in a second. Yeah, this game was totally heading over. Look, 80 points, but now they've only scored 40 points, and it's all. Has Carleek Jones even been panning out at Louisville? That's what I've noticed, is that these mid-major transfers usually don't end up being that great. Carleek Jones, I mean, he's their top minutes guy, and yeah, he's actually panning out at Louisville. 91.4 percentile. I'm surprised. Yeah, Spectrum's in most markets, but you have Spectrum, Cox, and Comcast. Those are the big three. And I used to work for Comcast when I lived in Seattle. I interviewed with Cox here back in 2018, but we could not come to an agreement on salary. I didn't like the way they did the negotiation. I hate when like the initial phone screen you do at the interview, like the very first contact you have with them, and they give you a salary expectation range, and you're okay. I'll move forward with this process. And then you do the interview process. You have all the interviews. I flew out here, did the interview here, and they're like, okay, yeah, we'd like to have you, and I'm like, great. And then they give me, they're like, okay, what are we looking for salary wise? And I was like, I thought we already discussed that. And then they give me a number, and I was like, whoa, that's low. That's lower than the low range of the first number you gave me. And then they acted all offended. I balked at it. I was like, we already, yeah. Anyway. Uh-oh. Danger zone here. Yeah, I worked for Comcast. They're notorious for like lowballing their employees on pay. Man, this Mississippi State lead evaporated pretty quickly. I don't know what's going on there. This number just turned gray. I might be down again tonight. I don't think I've had a winning night since Saturday in terms of pregame betting. I have people ask me if I do stocks before, but it doesn't interest me. Yeah, Dixie State is starting to fall behind. That's the issue. Man, the New Mexico program has fallen, but I don't know if they've fallen far enough to lose to a team like Dixie State, but my model thought so. Man, Texas A&M is tied with Mississippi State now. Remember, I took Mississippi State at minus 12.5 earlier. Yeesh. Wake Forest continues to fall farther and farther behind. The second round of games tonight not doing too well live betting wise. Ooh, it's all falling apart. I haven't had a winning night betting since Saturday. Like pregame bets. See? I was minus 0.75 last night, minus 3, okay, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong column. So minus 0.66, minus 2, minus 0.15, and yeesh. I backed the wrong key tonight. I should have just used that's the problem. The team metric is what's killing me tonight. And that's what I keyed off of today, mainly. That's the case here too. There's a lot of people here in the United States with degrees that don't have jobs because they got degrees in unemployable fields. No, not really. I don't watch soccer. I don't even know how cricket works really. Um, what other overseas sports are there? Handball, I'm guessing. All right, I will. Never mind. I have potatoes I can make instead of rice. I meant to start the rice cooker before I did the stream, but I forgot. But that's fine. So the live total for Texas A&M Texas Tech 159.5. Dixie State, man, my spread and money line bets tonight just the team metric, man, you let me down. That'll be reflected in the new keys tomorrow, though. So right now, as where I stand live betting wise, Louisville Wake over 151.5, probably not going to happen. Wake Forest plus 8.5, not looking good. Boise State minus 11 is looking good. Wyoming, Boise State over, not looking good because the total is now 160.5. So that's 1 and 3. Under, that's looking good. So 2 and 3, 2 and 4, 2 and 5. So yeah. If I'm 7 and 3 right now, add 2 plus 5. That makes me 9 and 8, which is pretty much a wash. So it's looking like a losing night overall. Unless I can get one of those live bets to turn around. I think Dixie State is done. All right, so can Wake close the gap more? I wish I could be watching this game. Can Wake close the gap more? Okay, so Wake's now down by 9, apparently, according to my app. Whoops. All right, so Wake is closing the gap. I'd love to set up multiple screens. I just can't watch anything on the ACC network. It won't let me. We tried that last week. All right, so Wake is going to have the ball here. Ooh, look at that. Come on, Wake. Keep this going. Play some defense. Jeez, Texas is airballing their shots. Oh no, what's the foul? Why are you fouling only 5 seconds after you make a layup? And not only that, you're fouling Carleek Jones, who, from what I know, is a pretty good free throw shooter. Yeah, why are you fouling an 81% free throw shooter 5 seconds after you make a layup? I don't get that at all. Yeah, that Mississippi State bet didn't pan out. Unless they just go on a tear in the last 7 minutes, that's probably a loss. Ooh, Boise State, Wyoming total just went to 170.5. So maybe that's the turnaround I needed. How much of college players reach the NBA? Maybe like 0.01%. They only draft 60 every year, and there's 357 teams? 357 Division I teams with about 12 guys per roster. So yeah, not very many. Oh no. 3-pointer from Louisville. That might be it. That might be the dagger. Well, that's not ideal. Can Dixie State keep this run going? They're on a 7-0 run right now. Yeah, this one's done. All right, so not only that, but it didn't go over either, so that's 2 losses. Drops me to 3-3 on totals. I could really use Texas pulling away here. So much for that Dixie State run. It's over. Maybe I should just do what I say to do and follow the blender every night. Just blindly follow the blender. All right, so here's the path to having like a non-losing night. Texas pulls away, and the total in this game continues to stay on pace. But yeah, that freaking Wofford 3-pointer is a difference. Need more of that. There's only one game tomorrow. I find that hard to believe. Gonzaga and Pepperdine. I haven't created a team page yet. like where I can find the team on there. I have to find it this way for now. I'm in the process of building it. Where's Pepperdine at? Well, they both play at a fast tempo, so I wouldn't be surprised if the total is in the 170s. Look at this. Pepperdine I thought they're a program on the rise, but they're not. They lost to Cal State Bakersfield by 28 at home in their last game. They haven't played in a few weeks. They're going to be running into a buzzsaw. Can Mississippi State pull away here? They're up to 6. Did Texas A&M run out of gas? No points in this Boise State game in the last couple of minutes. That's not good for my over. So much for that Mississippi State pull away. Gosh, I need to stop talking because every time I say, if this happens, the opposite happens. That Pepperdine team in 2002 is pretty good. They had Paul Westphal as their coach, and they made the tournament that year as a 10 seed, but they lost to Wake Forest in the first round. That was back when Pepperdine was a at-large contender out of that conference. But ever since then, they've fallen off the map. Is it really 25 and a half? I thought it'd be in the 30s. Is Gonzaga playing at Pepperdine? I'm guessing they are. If otherwise, the line would be higher than that. No, Pepperdine's playing at Gonzaga. I'm going to see what the blender says about it. Has Gonzaga by 26.73, according to the blender. Man, Texas is every time it seems like Texas is going to pull away here, Texas Tech makes a mini run. I agree. Buying points is never a good idea. Buying points is the equivalent of paying insurance in blackjack. I've been burned too much on totals tonight, so I'm not going to make a live total bet. Like I said, I already got a winner. Texas A&M takes the lead. Jeez. Mississippi State minus 12.5. Rip. Another thing that worries me is that I put the live under bet on this game, which looks like a sure thing right now, but what if it goes to overtime? Man, I could really use Texas pulling away here. Like I said, every time they get the lead to like 10, Texas Tech cuts it to 5, and then it keeps rubber banding between those two. missing free throw. They just missed 2 free throws. There it is. Like Texas Tech makes the 3 to cut it back to 5, and now Texas is going to stretch it back out to 10. Watch. That's been the theme. Texas Tech just cut it to 3. Oh, but there's a dunk for Texas, so maybe that'll get him fired up. It did not. Texas Tech has a chance to cut it to 2. I'm actually kind of hoping Texas A&M pulls away here, just to preserve the under. All right, so Texas Tech has cut it to 2. Ooh, Texas got away with the travel there. Contested 3-pointer, good. Oh, I hate when they make contested 3-pointers because, yeah, it might have gotten in them, but then they're going to feel more emboldened to keep doing it. Guy was well defended, threw it up. There's a contested 3 from Texas Tech, no good. So now they're trading contested 3s. Ooh, wide open dunk. Oh, man, he missed the dunk. But he got fouled. That's probably why he missed it. But still, you got to finish that and go to the free throw line. Now he's probably going to miss both free throws. All right, can they score 25 points in the rest of this Boise State game? Yeah, I'm not feeling confident about the over in this Boise State game. Slowed down. I'm going to be mad at that dumb Dayton bet I made as the difference tonight. I shouldn't have done it. It didn't meet the key. All right, a missed free throw from Texas Tech for a change. Because the NBA is a harder market to beat. Man, I hate when someone airballs a shot and then they get an offensive rebound right under the basket and put it in, which just Texas Tech just did. So I'm not going to get Texas to pull away. The over is looking worse and worse in the Boise State game. I'm probably not going to have a winning night. All right, so at least I have a positive development somewhat. So Mississippi State, that was a loss, but at least it went under. So 4-3. So I'm both 4-3 on spreads and totals live tonight. And I have, that's probably going to be a win. That's not looking good. So it's all going to come down to whether or not Texas can pull away, or if they can score points in the rest of this Boise State game. So they got 3 minutes left to score 15 points. I just haven't been able to figure out the total portion of live betting yet. Yeah, but that's a sample size of 12. I wouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, I haven't run my model officially. That's just what the blender said. I don't know if that'll be high enough for the keys. What's the blender key? 1.7? That's not high enough to meet the blender key. So for me, it would be a no play unless some of the other metrics come through. That's an offensive foul. Yep. Maybe that'll start the momentum I need for a Texas pull away. Contested three by Texas. They missed that one. See, that's the thing with contested threes. Thanks for tuning in, Robert S. You know, when I do these streams, I just expect people to pop in and out. That's a steal by Texas. Timeout. If Texas is going to pull away, they need to do it now. All right, the question is, can they score 13 more points in this Boise State game in the last 3 minutes? I wonder if that game's on CBS Sports. If it is, I'm going to turn it on. It is. Mountain West games are always on CBS Sports. All right, I'm going to turn on CBS Sports and see if this over can hit. I'm tired of watching this Texas game. It's too frustrating. What? I subscribe to the sports package. It says it requires a subscription. Bullshit. I subscribe to the sports package for channels like this. This is crap. I'm calling Cox tomorrow to ask what the deal is because I pay extra for the sports package. It's so stupid. I mean, I still have my YouTube TV subscription for another 17 days, so I can just tune in on that. But yeah, that's so dumb. Like, what am I paying for if I don't get CBS Sports with the sports package? Oh, I don't think this game's going to go over. Yep, I turned it on too late. Man, that sucks. So that's a loss. There's only 30 seconds left, and I need 7 points. So I guess back to the Texas game. So I'm now 4-4 on totals, but 5-3 on ATS. It's only 8:07 here, and yet it feels later than that. I've been yawning if you haven't been paying attention. He stepped on the baseline. Ooh, Texas Tech had a golden opportunity to take the lead there, and they blew it. Oh, and Texas misses a fast break open layup. Jeez. Yeah. Not my night. My ROI in 2020? Texas Tech just took the lead, by the way. I don't know. Depends on the sport. I know I was negative in baseball. In college football, I can tell you what I was in college football. I have it on my model. Maybe 10% in college football. Basketball, I'm down. College basketball, I'm down. I can tell you that. So, but the amount I'm down, and I was down in baseball and basketball is more than the amount I was up in football. I can tell you that. So negative. Yeah, so the theme of live betting the last 2 nights has been I think I got spreads figured out, but totals have just been hit or miss. I need to do more research for totals. I took Alabama last night in basketball, I can tell you that. All right, so tonight's model rankings, the blender, number 1, as usual. Number 2 is the simple. They were 6 last night, so they've come a long way. Number 3 is the ATM. They are probably the most interesting case. Number 4, the team, which is very disappointing. ATS combo number 5, and Indy number 6. I'm surprised that Indy's number 6 because they had been doing really well the past couple days, and I'm hoping that that model had turned it around, but looks like we still have ways to go there. But I think the heartbreaker of the night was definitely VMI. I thought I had my money line drought end with that, but 3 at the buzzer. After a disaster of a final possession on offense. A sports betting model business? A sports betting model business. No, I haven't. I don't know how such a thing would work. The reason I don't like have people pay me to give them like, I don't know, tutorials or anything like that. I don't want people to think that just because you bet using a model will mean you're going to win. That's far from the truth. I mean, look at me. I lost money on baseball last season, and I'm losing money in college basketball this season with a model that I spent hours working on. So that's the thing. I don't want people to pay and then think, okay, I paid to learn how to use a model, and now I'm going to win, you know? Then people feel they're cheated if they don't win. Because I can't babysit, I can't always be there for people to grade their models and everything, if you know what I mean. So how much money do I win? How much bets in one day do I make? It just depends. I made 13 today. That doesn't count live bets. If my model says to play it, I play it, whether that be 1 play or 100 play. Yeah, I feel like if I started a sports betting model business, I would be profiting off people's dreams rather than their realistic expectations. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I've definitely considered charging money for for people to I've definitely considered charging for lessons and stuff, but I know if people didn't win, they would get mad. I want my money back. Using a model just gives you a chance. It doesn't guarantee anything. It just gives you a better chance than not using one. It increases your odds. All right, so Texas is up by 4 with 1:39 to go. Can they pull away here at the end? Yeah. I mean, I could easily make more money off this channel than I do. I've turned down a lot of potential sponsors, a lot of brand deals, just because I don't feel like they jive with the mission of this channel. BetMGM is the first sponsor I've actually decided to go with, just because I'm a big proponent of legalized betting in the United States and not betting overseas. Yep, Moneyball. I've actually never read Moneyball. I've seen the movie. Bailout fell for Texas Tech. Yeah, I don't think Texas is going to cover this 8.5. I mean, even if Texas doesn't do this, I still had a winning night live betting, but it's not enough to cover the losses I had in the pregame bets. So I've been able to win money live betting the last 2 nights. It's just my pregame bets haven't been there since Saturday. I wonder how much different my keys would look if I took Saturday out. So without Saturday, here's what the keys look like. I mean, they're still pretty good. Or wait, no, Saturday was day number 2, so I'll just do 3 to 5. Yeah, it's a lot different of a story. That's money line though. Here's spreads. I mean, there's some success stories in there, but they all. TMC was the metric that let me down tonight. Totals. I haven't had a problem with totals. I'm going to keep doing what I do on totals. Money lines. I just can't get money lines to pan out. My only chance at Texas covering this 8.5 is just a bunch of missed shots from Texas Tech and fouls, and Texas making their free throws, which they're not doing. He just missed both. Offensive foul on Texas Tech. That would have been a big deal had Texas made the first 2 free throws, but they didn't. Yeah, pregame totals have not been the problem. 3.9 units tonight. Oh, they stole the inbounds pass. Overtime's my only hope now. Oh, they stole the inbounds pass. I think I stand a better chance with overtime though. All right, so Texas is 34 seconds left, tie game 77. Texas is, so I'm rooting for overtime here. So 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Texas is calling their offense. Texas Tech looks like they're in their usual man-to-man defense. Spot up, baseline jumper, no good. Rebounded by Texas Tech. So they're going to have 14 seconds to do something here. They're not taking, looks like there's going to be a timeout or not. Nope. So McClung, three-pointer contested is good, and that should do it. 2 seconds left for Texas to, man, he just shot a contested three with the guy in his face and made it. Wow. Yep. So Texas has 2 seconds to try to tie the force overtime. Man, guy in his face and he makes it. I don't really, that's what keys are for. Keys are your adjustments. The model, structure of the model is going to remain the same. Keys are what you use to calibrate it. That's what people need to think of keys are. Keys are the way you calibrate a model. So you don't need to adjust it. You can just find where it's skewed or biased towards. Okay, it looks like they're going to say it was a 2-pointer instead of a 3-pointer here. They're reviewing whether it's a 2 or a 3. Okay, they changed it to a 2, so at least Texas doesn't have to shoot a 3 to force overtime, but they probably will. They only have 2 seconds, so it's probably going to be a 3. So probably no overtime here. Man, not only am I on a money line drought personal betting, but there are no dogs that are winning. Like UMass was one, and then Texas A&M right here. So I think my approach is such a, if dogs aren't winning, then my money line bets aren't going to be winning. And dogs were not winning tonight. Looks like it was a clean sweep of favorites except for UMass and Texas A&M. No, I never thought Ohio State was the best team in the country. I thought they were a top 4 team. I always thought Alabama was the actual best team. But I am surprised Alabama won by as much as they did. No, I'm not going to order pizza. I'm on a diet right now. I eat boring food. I mean, I had a salad earlier, and I had some oatmeal and egg whites for breakfast. And after this is done, I'm going to eat. I was going to eat brown rice, but I don't want to wait for it to cook. So I'm going to make some red potatoes. I already have lean ground beef cooked and mix that in with some pinto beans and create like a Mexican bowl with some taco seasoning. I just want to see Texas fail here to force overtime, and then I'm going to call it a night. Exactly, yeah. No, and like month of December, Christmas, like my mom's husband passed away, so a lot of like food at the funeral and stuff, and then Christmas time food, with the Christmas parties and Christmases and um that type of stuff. And then, I went to Vail. That doesn't count, though. I was burning so many calories skiing that I could pretty much eat what I wanted. But, Vail. And then when I moved here, I didn't have any of my kitchen stuff yet because it was still in San Diego. So I still had to go places to eat until I get my moving truck and bring the rest of my stuff up from San Diego. So I did not. So I've been eating healthy since just January 4th. So 9 days since I last had anything unhealthy. If you watched my stream the other night, I was drinking a shake. 3-pointer from Texas. Nope, not even close. And that's that. Oh yeah, that road trip food is the best. My favorite thing I ate on the road trip was the cheese curds in Wisconsin. Easily. Those are so good. All right, guys. That wraps up the stream. I went 5-4 against the spread live, 4-4 totals. So overall slightly ahead, but not enough to make up that minus 1.5 on pregame bets. So I'm in a little bit of a slump right now. I'll do this again Saturday, morning to night, all day is the plan. I plan on doing a marathon one. But anyway, thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I have fun doing this. Feel free to pop in and out anytime.